The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
We just got to close the door in the back. There you go. You're good.
Good. The senators will please stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Kelly Connolly, Second Presbyterian Church, Richmond, Virginia. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Tara H. Perkinson, Chief Deputy Clerk, Senate Clerk's Office.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Most holy and loving God, today marks a significant milestone in the Commonwealth of Virginia's history. Today we gather for the first time in several months in this space, and we give you thanks for the ability to gather safely once again. After months of isolation, social distancing, and other best health practices, we take a moment to pause. We pause to reflect on all the work that has been done leading up to this moment, and we give thanks. Thanks for this governing body. We give thanks for their patience and flexibility during these unusual and trying times. We give thanks for the support of their families and communities. And we ask that they will continue to feel your unending love. Be with each of them today as they discern how to best serve each neighbor here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And, oh God, as this special session of the Senate begins, we ask that you guide the hearts of these leaders. Grant this body the wisdom to govern in the best interest of all residents. Encourage thoughtful discussion, empathic listening, and compassionate decision-making within these walls, so that the work that occurs outside of these walls will always be for the common good. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record your vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President.
The clerk will report a certain communication on the desk.
Commonwealth of Virginia Executive Department Proclamation. In accordance with the provisions of Article 4, Section 6, and Article 5, Section 5 of the Constitution of Virginia, and the powers thereby vested in the Governor to call a special session of the General Assembly, I, Ralph S. Northam, Governor of Virginia, do hereby summon the members of the Senate and the House of Delegates constituting the General Assembly of Virginia to meet in special session commencing the 2nd day of August, 2021, for the purposes of appointing judges and addressing budgetary matters, including the appropriation of federal relief funds. Given under my hand as Governor of Virginia and under the lesser seal of the Commonwealth at Richmond, this 23rd day of June, 2021, and in the 245th year of the Commonwealth. Ralph S. Northam, Governor of Virginia. Kelly Thompson, Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senate is operating under the rules of the Senate adopted at the commencement of the 2020 session. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, for the purpose of taking up a resolution.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title and engrossment be waived, and Senate Resolution 701 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title and engrossment be waived, and Senate Resolution 701 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration.
Senate Resolution number 701, 2021 Special Session 2 Operating Resolution.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Resolution 701 addresses session per diem and mileage. And I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The resolution is agreed to. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, is ordered to inform the House of Delegates that the Senate is duly organized and ready to proceed to business. The Senate will stand at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Sergeant at Arms.
President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJR 7003, limiting legislation and establishing a schedule for the 2021 Special Session 2, and requests the concurrence of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank the delegate. Okay. The Senate will stand at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I respectfully ask that we stand in recess for 15 minutes. If the members of the Senate Republican caucus would go in the conference room right off of the chambers, please.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The chair recognizes the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. We will
Thank
note.
you, Mr. President. I move.
You okay? Just wanted to note that the senator is speaking from a lockbox. That was a joke up here on the stand. Senator has the floor.
I move that the president not give up his day job. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended. The Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and House Joint Resolution 7003 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and HJR 7003 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration.
Okay, we have floor amendments. The first floor amendment is Senator Saravel.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to waive reading of the first floor amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the first floor amendment is waived. Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the floor amendment number 1 and speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you have before you this amendment which strikes the language on lines 19 through 21 and then inserts new language in there. Basically, I think the only change in the language is changing it from an or to an and. And the idea behind this is basically to restore our mutual chambers to the practice that we engaged in, I think, up until the 2019 session when this change was made. But the idea is that we should only come back during a special session upon the mutual call of both chambers. So we're not in a situation like we were in last summer when we were both coming on different days, where the House would come one day and then we'd come a different day and then we'd come back after they came and see what they did. In prior years, we would all be in the building on the same days at the same time. It causes us to have to talk to each other and work together, God forbid, and move through the special session together. And I think there's a feeling in this chamber that that's a much better practice than operating independently as we did back in August. And that was the practice, I think, of the body, from my understanding, talking to staff, of the last 50 years up until just the 2019 session. And so, Mr. President, that's the explanation. I'm happy to take any questions, but I would hope we could adopt it.
2020. Thank the senator. What purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Would the gentleman from Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I'll yield. It's hard to hear in here, but I'll yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another change is on line 19. It said, after the term, for the first time, the House resolution said each body may adjourn from time to time. Your amendment says it may stand in recess, the it referring to the special session. Can you explain that distinction to the body?
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I'm pretty sure that we took this language from prior joint procedure or prior joint resolutions from prior special sessions, and I think the idea is that it refers to the special session shall stand in adjournment, as opposed to if under the way the original was drafted, each chamber could adjourn, so it had to refer to each chamber. And so I just think it's making it consistent with prior practice.
Further question?
No, I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 1? Seeing none, question is, shall floor amendment number 1 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Floor amendment number 1 is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to waive reading of the second floor amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the second floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the second floor amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, what this one basically does is it deletes the sine die date contained from the joint resolution. And before anybody has any heart attacks or strokes over this, I just can assure everybody, all of us want to get out of here as absolutely soon as humanly possible and get back to our jobs and our lives and our families. Yeah, we really do. And I would just note for the body that, again, this particular language basically had no precedent in the General Assembly until the special session that occurred last February and March, which was the sort of, I call it the Frankenstein 45-day session. And there's good reason why we don't put sine die dates in these resolutions. Things happen that could require us to have to come back. As we've all learned in the last 2 years, there's some things can happen that you don't anticipate. There's also there might be additional budget action or legislative action that might become necessary at some point. There's really no legal reason. There's no constitutional reason to have a sine die. We're not planning on passing any bills whose effective date would be necessary to be triggered by a sine die. As I think some of the members on the other side have cautioned me that things that we put in these resolutions, often we might put it in once, but it tends to become habit. And I think we need to return to the practice that we've engaged in for the last 50 years and just not have a sine die date and work together on getting our business done as soon as humanly possible and getting on with it, and then leaving ourselves available to come back if we need to. And that's basically what the change does, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise? Okay. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the current floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to.
Floor amendment number 3 by Senator Barker.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll address floor amendment number 3, move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
All right. This amendment is a very simple, straightforward amendment. What it does is it reduces from 48 hours to 24 hours the minimum amount of time that there would need to be between the proposal of a conference committee report and action taken on that final report there. This is proposed here because it doesn't seem to me and to others, I think, to make a whole lot of sense just to sit around here for 48 hours if there are very minimal issues to be considered there. Given the extent of joint effort in developing this budget bill between the House and the Senate, as well as the administration on things. And including in the Senate, we've solicited both Republicans and Democrats' input into the process. And I think that, therefore, there might not be any differences in the two budgets that we passed in the House and the Senate, but there also could be. And if there are, it would probably be a very limited number of 1, 2, 3, or 4 issues at most I would expect to be debated there. And those could clearly be resolved. Everybody in 24 hours could easily understand what those issues are and how to proceed in terms of adopting the conference committee report. And it doesn't have us sitting around here twiddling our thumbs and drawing a per diem for sitting around here for 48 hours when it's not necessary to do so. And so with that, I would hope that it will be the pleasure of the body to adopt this amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding floor amendment number 3? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Floor amendment number 3 is adopted. Chair recognizes the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with those amendments, I now move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Okay, Mr. President, this House Joint Resolution 7003 is the procedural resolution, scheduling resolution for the special session, and it addresses the budget, judges, commending and memorial resolutions. And please note that the deadline for the commending and memorial resolutions is 5 o'clock on tomorrow. However, if any commending and memorial resolutions are adopted, submitted after that time, it would have to be by unanimous consent. Again, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the resolution.
Senator, it's the floor.
It's a little disorienting in here, Mr. President. I think I can see you, though. I can't help but notice that while we're here for yet another special session, there is no prohibition on campaign contributions or fundraising during this special session. And it seems that a generation ago it was decided that it wasn't right for the General Assembly to be actively fundraising while actively conducting the people's business. And at that time, the General Assembly only met in the winter or for one-day special sessions. We find ourselves here yet again for a multi-day, several-day, unknown duration, and there's no limitation on this. During the last special session, the chair of the committee that actually oversees campaign finance actually participated from one of their own fundraisers. And since they saw fit to make him a judge. But I just think that it's disappointing that, one, that we're now in this regularly meeting full-time legislature, path to a full-time legislature, but we're not following the spirit of the law adopted a generation ago, and especially when we're about to consider appropriating over $4 billion and over half a dozen significant judgeships.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the resolution? Seeing none, the question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The resolution is agreed to. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, will inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate. The Senate will stand at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we stand in recess until 3 o'clock, and I would yield this time to the Chair of Senate Finance.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Immediately upon the beginning of this recess, Senate Finance staff will come into the chamber to brief all members on what's in the proposed budget. Here. They will be briefing us here. Following that, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting downstairs in Senate Room 3 to take up that budget bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. One purpose Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogelreis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we recess, I would just like to make a request.
Senator's the floor.
I'd like to request a leave of absence from my seatmate who is away today on pressing personal business.
Thank the Senator. The Journal will...
Senator Obenchain, thank you.
Thank the Senator. Clerk will read the announcements on the desk.
Recess. There will be a budget briefing in the Senate chamber immediately upon recess of the Senate. And following the budget briefing, the Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet in Senate Room 3 in the extension.
What purpose is Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall-Rye?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Fairfax yield for a question? From Northern Fairfax.
Senator, yield for a question?
Yes, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask the senator, is the anticipation that after the Senate Finance Committee meets on the budget between now and 3 o'clock that it will be on the calendar on first reading to later today on the floor?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, that is my understanding.
Mr. President, would the senator yield for another question?
Senator yield.
Of course.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, so would the senator then anticipate that amendments to the budget would be proper on second reading on the floor when we convene tomorrow?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, that is also my understanding. And if I might, Mr. President, just add, hopefully everybody has already submitted to Senate Finance staff any amendments they may want drawn. There is, however, a deadline of 5 o'clock today so that they'll have time to get them drafted to be on the floor.
Senator, further question?
Yes, that does prompt another question. Would the senator yield?
Senator yield. Senator yield. You have the floor.
I must confess, this is the first I'm hearing of a deadline. Is that a deadline to submit amendments to staff or a deadline to submit amendments to the desk?
That's a deadline to submit requests for amendments for drafting to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield for hopefully a final question?
Senator yield.
Yes.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the senator, there's a lot of rumor going back. I think the House being in person for the first time in over a year might contribute to that. But I'd ask the senator, there was apparently a joint meeting of Democrats this morning, and one of the rumors was that no amendments to the budget, whether it be House or Senate, would be considered. Can the senator tell me if amendments that would be proposed on the floor tomorrow will actually be considered to the budget?
Senator's the floor.
First of all, I'm not aware of any joint meeting. I certainly haven't been part of any, so I can't really answer that question. The House and the Senate are taking slightly, well, the chairman of the committees are taking slightly different positions. The House is not accepting any amendments. We will be accepting floor amendments.
Thank the
Does that
senator.
answer your question?
Okay. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Senator from
Mr. President.
Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, would the gentlelady yield the floor for the purpose of a couple of more questions?
Senator Yield.
Of course.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, it appears that the budget bill this time is a little different than other times in that there are not item numbers, and therefore we have a bill that's lined all the way through. Therefore, it would appear at least that there cannot be or will not be a one objection rule, that if someone doesn't like something, instead of standing up and say I object, that they will actually need to put in an amendment backing out line numbers. Is that correct on where we will be, Mr. Chairman?
Senator, the floor.
President.
This is, frankly, Senator, something I've not considered, but the desk is assuring me that that is the case.
Further question?
Okay. Mr. President. Okay. So, Mr. President, further question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield.
Mr. President, I don't know if I'm asking the gentlelady of the desk, but either way, as long as we get the answer. Given that information, and we have what is a 5 o'clock deadline, and now we see that we have a bill that there's not going to be a single objection rule on, if an individual senator determines they don't like certain lines, line 143 through 148, then there's no problem with the desk accepting tomorrow what would be basically a one exception rule, which is a amendment put forward to the desk tomorrow that says that we would eliminate certain lines. Is that reasonably correct?
Senator's the floor.
Could the clerk please respond?
Clerk?
You will need to submit that to the Senate Finance staff by 5 today in order to do that, so that they can draft the amendment.
Okay. Madam Chair, further question.
Senator's floor.
Let me ask it. Let me ask you a different way. At any time on this floor that we want to submit our own written with our pink pads budget amendments, we can do that at any time, even to a budget bill that's written. Because if not, now we're in a situation where by 5, the items that we normally would object to, we are going to have to get Senate Finance to write those marking out line amendments. Is that correct? I would hope that, I don't know if anyone would do it, but that members would be able to eliminate lines like we did in other resolutions.
The reason for the deadline, Senator, and the reason for having Senate Finance draft the amendments is so that the bill will be balanced.
So, Mr. President.
Further question?
Mr. President, further question.
Senator's the floor.
I think the clerk is always right, first. Number 2 is, however, this bill is not balanced in the way that a normal bill is balanced. There's $900 million unspent. So this bill does not have to be balanced. If we spend another $50 million that is not in the current budget, we still would have $800 and some million left. And so it I guess raises the question that maybe we would need an amendment at the end that changed the total, but the balance situation would not exist in this time.
Senator's the floor.
What we were trying to do, and I hope people will stick with us on this, is to put forward for next year as deliberation in the regular session significant funds, and also to protect us about unforeseen events, which I think all of us are concerned may happen. So the desire would be that we not take away those reserve funds or those carryover funds. Could it happen? Yes. I mean, yes.
Mr. President, just speaking briefly, I appreciate that, and I think the gentlelady is going down a path that I agree with. I'm delighted we're not spending about $1 billion of it. I think that's responsible. I'm very much hopeful that we will get better Treasury guidance that will give us more latitude, especially as it relates to school construction and other things that they've not done. But maybe over the next couple of hours, as the Senate considers their bill in committee, there could be further thoughts about the availability of line amendments, or we're going to have to get very busy on other items. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach? Senator Beach, staff rise.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax a quick question about procedures.
Senator Yield.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask the gentlelady on the procedures for the House Bill 701, if there's an issue where I have to abstain from one of the items in this bill, I was trying to figure out how to do that without abstaining to the entire bill on this. And on the other budget bill, we bifurcated it to where we could go in and go one thing or another and then abstain from that because of conflict of interest. On this, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. So if you can walk me through the procedure to do that, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator, it's the floor.
I would again yield to the clerk.
Madam Clerk.
Concerned I might run out of answers. We are going to confer with Senate Finance on how to handle that. With
Mr. President, thank you, Madam Clerk, thank you, and gentlelady from Northern Fairfax. So as I understand it, we're going to confer with Senate Finance to figure out how to abstain from conflict on this without abstaining from the entire bill, or we would have to abstain from the entire bill. So thank you for that.
That's correct, but probably one of the best ways to do it is by line item.
Mr. President, Madam Clerk, I understand how we do that with the budget bill where we identify everything by the specific line item, but in this, the way this bill is written, it's not really written where you can abstain from a specific line item itself within this bill. So that's where I kind of had a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, we will get with them and come up with a
Thank you very much.
Easy way.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the colloquy that's on the floor at the moment, I also agree that the clerk is never wrong, but it doesn't mean that I don't have a different persuasion. And I start from a very fundamental and simple point. What we are talking about is not in the rules of the Senate. Not in the rules. So we're not asking Madam Clerk or anyone else to interpret what the rules are. What we are doing is we are approaching a bill in a very unusual circumstances. And the circumstances are where Madam Chairman of the Finance Committee is suggesting that there is an artificial deadline of 5 p.m. for Senate Finance staff to prepare an amendment. And that, I understand, that is an administrative practical approach. However, that does not preclude individual members from preparing their own floor amendments and submitting those. And because of the unusual crafting of this bill, which I completely understand, which may be surprising to you, Mr. President, but I do, that it is not subject to the rules of the Senate, and therefore we're trying to address an unusual situation where a senator drafts a floor amendment on his or her own and submits it. And that brings up such issues as the single exception rule, because this does not, while it does contain line items, it is not broken down by individual numbers that are identified, such as 1040 number S on it. And I think, Mr. President, that we're going to need to have a process where there can be a single exception on some issue. More importantly, the senior senator from Virginia Beach raises a very important issue, and that is where any senator feels that he or she has a legitimate conflict of interest and cannot vote on that specific objection, which puts her or him in a position of not being able to vote on the budget, is patently unfair and unacceptable. So if we're going to allow a senator to abstain on a particular line or lines item because she or he has an objection, I think that we are going to have to broaden that to deal with a situation that would encompass not only the single objection, the conflict of interest, but an item that we should address, and it is not governed by the rules of the Senate.
What purpose does Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise?
No purpose.
Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 3 o'clock.
Good afternoon. Our Senate's finance staff is here, and you have on your desks a briefing packet called Overview of Senate Bill 7001. This is a more informal presentation. I would ask if you have questions that you wait until the end of the segment dealing with that part of the budget. You don't have to wait till the end of the whole presentation. And also, just to remind people that following this briefing, Senate Finance Committee is going to meet downstairs in Senate Room 3. April, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll try to get through this very quickly. I know we've already briefed a number of you who could attend some of those pre-briefings that were very succinct. This presentation just provides a little more detail. So we're going to go through the PowerPoint, but I did also just want to point out that you received a paper copy of the spreadsheet that we previously covered, like I said, with many of you. It has line numbers this time, and there are a few other minor changes that track it back to the bill that was introduced. So moving along, turning to page 4. Just a reminder, you might remember staff at the committee level did a presentation covering a lot of the different pots of funding that occurred under ARPA and what the Commonwealth of Virginia would get. So this is just a reminder of when it was passed, what type of assistance it provided, which includes a number of things, not just the state pot that you'll be talking about predominantly during the special session, but other assistance to individuals, businesses, and state and local governments. There's a number of things in there. I won't cover that again. I also won't cover page 5, but you'll see there were a number of federal stimulus funding bills, and this is just a summary for you so you have that for your reference. Turning to page 6, just a look at the direct funding that's provided to the Commonwealth. A reminder again, Virginia's state allocation is almost $4.3 billion. The use of those funds are to respond to the COVID public health emergency and its negative economic impacts, to provide premium pay to essential workers, for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction due to such an emergency, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, and may not be used, and I'll stress that, may not be used for state tax cuts, to fund debt service or legal settlements, or to make deposits to state pension or rainy day funds. There is another pot that is directly to Virginia, and that is the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund, and that is $221.7 million. And I won't cover that because it's very self-explanatory. So turning to page 7, just an overview of the bill. Senate Bill 7001 appropriates multiple ARPA funding streams related to Virginia's allocations. So while, again, you're mostly going to be talking about that state, direct state allocation of the $4.3 billion, there are other funds in there that are going to be, and I'll point them out when I go over the structure of the bill. There have been specific discussions around the allocation of the state and local recovery fund. That's what they're calling that in the bill because they are appropriating that first tranche to the non-entitlement localities. You'll see that. The bill also appropriates or plans for the allocation of $3.1 billion of that almost $4.3 billion. And then there's also a placeholder you'll see in another slide coming up, that there's a placeholder for the next biennium of funds about $353.9 million. That leaves roughly about $800 million that hasn't been spent, and that's been referred to already. I did just want to also state that the bill does not appropriate or take into consideration any additional general fund dollars. Moving to page 8, this is the first of 2 pages just looking at the structure of the bill. And I will say, not to steal anyone's thunder, I'm going to go through a number of items and where their location is, but the individual analysts will cover those items by their area when they get to it. So first and foremost, item 479.20, the disaster planning and operations or pandemic response. That's a total of $9 billion. So you're not only appropriating the state, direct state funds, but also some of the other grants that flow through the state of Virginia directly to provide assistance to individuals, businesses, etc. There, the next line is the local ARPA allocations that I mentioned under DOA. That's the first half of that pot of money. There's a 8.9 billion that is going for the WIC cash, 8.9 million WIC cash voucher increase. You'll see the VEC unemployment extension grants, which Charles will discuss briefly. There's almost 4.3 million that goes to the state veterans homes for the per diem program. And then the majority of the funding, again, is related to that state pot of funding, the direct allocation. So that's where the 3.1 billion is there on pages 1 through 10. The capital project fund is on pages 10 through 11, and that's that 221.7 that I mentioned, million there. There's then some other ARPA grants that flow through pages 11 through 15. There's some language there about how that works, there's some one-time uses and advance notification. There's also some language around the governor being able to authorize during emergencies some additional expenditures as well. Then there's a number of language changes, the first of which relates to an income tax reporting language change. Charles is going to cover that during his presentation. Enactment, we're going to move into the enactments. Enactment number 14 provides that the paragraphs I1, I2 are no longer effective under item 479.10, and that was the language dealing with the spending of these ARPA funds in the budget that you passed during the regular 2021, or I guess special session 1 during 2021. Moving to enactment number 15, this is where the mass provision language is. Enactment 16, language related to limitations on eviction. Enactment number 17, there is a language related to limited electronics meetings. Those are for non-voting meetings and does not apply to the standing committees. Moving to page 9, enactment 18 is higher ed student athlete name, image, and likeness language. 19 is related to a nonprofit group HMO organization language, and that is just delayed compliance on two things that previously passed the General Assembly. Line 20 fixes some provisions related to the Virginia Overtime Wage Act that had been requested to allow comp time by public agencies and an exemption for employees under the federal guidance. Adam will cover that. The next enactment, item number 21, is related to an existing capital outlay item from the budget, and that the 25 million of 40 million that's in that item in debt may be used for port infrastructure improvements at the Portsmouth Marine Terminal, and that's for handling of heavy wind, offshore wind components. Enactment number 22 provides language around a Phase 2 utility, prohibiting them from disconnecting service until March 1, 2022, and some additional provisions that will also be covered later in the presentation. Enactment 23 on page 18 is that the act is effective upon passage. Enactment 24 is those enactments that shall expire on midnight at the end of the fiscal year. 25 is related to the limitations on evictions. And then the final one is those enactments that have no expiration and tracks back to the original budget. Moving to slide 10. These are the proposed allocations by category, and this is really just to give you a sense of where the money was flowing. So as you can see, the largest percentage, or over a quarter, of what is being allocated is going to unemployment assistance and refilling the unemployment trust fund. That is followed by broadband at slightly under 20%, next wastewater and drinking water at about 11%, and then you have public health and business assistance around 8% each. That goes down from there to education and mental health and substance use disorders, utilities, higher education, public safety, tourism, and all other items, including parks and items related to foods. So the numbers there at the bottom, you'll see in the bill, you're appropriating we were mostly dealing with, again, that pot of $4.3 billion under the ARPA funding direct to the state. That's included here, as well as the $221 million under that capital fund. And Madam Chair, if there are no questions, that completes my presentation, and I will say that the analysts again will cover a number of those items in more detail as they go through the PowerPoint.
Madam Chair. Peterson.
Senator Peterson.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm supposed to. I'm going to stand just so I can see you. May it please the court. Can you just tell us what number 16, number 15 mass provision language, I assume that's basically waiving the continuing 18.2 criminal penalty or suspending that?
Lisa, do you want to say do you mind saying exactly how that's worded, if you don't mind? I'm going to ask Lisa Wallmeyer to tell you exactly how that's worded. There's a lot of discussion around that one.
Madam Chair, Senator Peterson, it is regarding that criminal provision against wearing masks, and it doesn't actually amend the section. It just clarifies that it does not apply if you're wearing a mask because of COVID.
Wear the mask?
If you're wearing the mask because of COVID, that the criminal penalty doesn't apply.
Okay.
It specifically says, I'm sorry, I had to flip to it while I was speaking. That the provisions of 18.2.422 shall not apply to a person wearing a mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Okay. Second question, Madam Chair. On the limitation of eviction language on number 16, item 16, what are we doing here? What specifically are we doing?
Madam Chair, Senator Peterson, what the language does is it says through June 30th, 2022, that a landlord is prohibited from taking any action to obtain possession of a rental unit for non-payment of rent unless certain conditions are met. Among those is the requirement that landlords apply for rental assistance from the Virginia Rent Relief Program before the landlord can take action. The landlord must apply within 14 days, similar to the policy that's in the existing Appropriation Act. Landlord must provide notice 14 days, and then the Department of Housing and Community Development has 45 days on first application to provide notice to the applicant of their eligibility. Now, it goes on to say that if a tenant has not paid in full or entered into a payment plan with the landlord within 14 days of having received the notice, or refuses to apply for rental assistance and also refuses to cooperate with the landlord in applying for assistance, or if the tenant is notified that they are ineligible for assistance, or if there are no longer funds available in the program, then the landlord may take action to obtain possession of the unit.
Okay, further question. Is that for all landlords or just more than four?
That's for all landlords.
All landlords. And is there a reason why that was in a budget bill?
Madam Chair, Senator Peterson, I would say that this was part of a number of discussions that were ongoing with both the administration and the House, and that would...
Well, I'm not in either of those.
What I would say is I would ask the Senator Howe or Senator Barker perhaps to respond, but I would say that that language wasn't originated in this body.
All right, one last question.
Madam Chair and Senator Peterson, I would just add that it is similar to what's in the current appropriations bill, though, that before it expired.
Well, I thought under the appropriation bill we passed last year, it expired on April 1st. The state restriction.
I believe that the requirement to apply for rent through the rent relief program ended on June 30th.
All right. Well, last question, I promise. The Overtime Wage Act language. What are we doing here? Is this basically matching up with the Fair Labor Standards Act, or what actually is happening here?
Madam Chair, Senator Peterson, I'm going to let Adam respond to you, since he has the detailed notes.
Madam Chair, Senator Peterson, so the language related to the Overtime Wage Act is going to clarify the term wages and pay shall also mean compensatory time in lieu of wages for overtime pay for public sector employees. Apparently there was a Dolly interpretation related to the bill, HB 2063, that would have prohibited public sector employees that already enjoy that provision through the FLSA to provide comp time in lieu of wages.
So it doesn't apply to private employees?
There is another section. So there's a couple sentences that would make consistent with provisions of the FLSA to clarify the exemption for certain other private sector workers for whom that exemption already exists under the FLSA. So it's not creating anything new, it's just clarifying. So that would be, so it's just a list of certain all sector employees, including private sector employees, specific within the federal guidelines.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, if there's no other questions on that section, then I'll turn it over to Charles.
Madam Chairman, over here, in this cell, going back, the senator from Fairfax City had tweaked my interest, and I'm certain it was my misunderstanding, but going back to page 8, number 16 on the limitation of evictions, I know I misheard that this is applicable to anyone that has a rental, whether it is one or whether it's a management company that has 1,000. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, again, I would defer to Charles.
Madam Chair, Senator Norman, the language reads that no landlord shall terminate a residential tenancy or take any action to obtain possession of a dwelling unit, etc., provided that they have experienced some impact due to COVID, whether it be loss of income or unemployment and so forth.
So, Madam Chairman, I did not misunderstand you that if I have one rental unit, I am subject to not being able to evict my tenant who hasn't paid for 6 months?
That's my understanding.
Further question that is ancillary to that issue. We seem to be showing an extraordinary deference to people who are renting that are behind in their lease payments, and we're also giving them some kind of abatement from paying their utility bills, but the landlord has got to continue to cover both of those because we can't cut off services under these circumstances. What, if anything, Charles, are we doing for the working poor who have for many years been working to buy a home, and as a result of COVID, they fall 3 and 4 and 5 months behind on their modest mortgage payment, where they would be better off if they were tenants? What are we doing for those people?
Madam Chair, Senator Norman, not included in this bill was $258 million that was allocated directly. Sorry. I'll repeat myself just so that everyone can hear. Not included in this bill is $258 million that's allocated directly to Virginia Housing, which is formerly known as the Virginia Development Housing Authority. That money is used to fund what's called the Homeowners Assistance Fund. Because they're an authority, they weren't appropriated through this bill, but again, it's $250 million, and that's intended to help homeowners who pay overdue mortgage bills, taxes, insurance, and homeowners association dues.
Thank you, Charles, and Madam Chairman. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, again, that concludes my section if there are no additional questions, but I did want to mention of those other grants that are getting allocated, there is a number of pages in the appendix that lists all those out so that you may see them. So I'm hearing no other questions. I'm going to turn it over to
Madam
Charles.
Chair, I have a question for April, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. April, I have a question, and on directing your attention to page 10, the largest category for the proposed allocations is unemployment assistance. That page directs us to 16, and it says that of that $935 million, $862 million will be deposited into the Unemployment Trust Fund. Is that to replenish the fund, or is it to redistribute that money to Virginians?
Madam Chair, Senator Morrissey, I would say it's to replenish the fund, but I'm also going to get Charles to come up and speak about the language, so that's very clear. And then he can skip over that perhaps in his part of the presentation.
Madam Chair and Senator Morrissey, prior to the pandemic, if we go back to Q1 of calendar year 2020, the Unemployment Trust Fund was approximately $1.4 billion. That trust fund was depleted during the pandemic. This deposit is intended to replenish those funds. It will bring the trust fund, along with ordinary collections, is anticipated that will bring the fund up to 50% solvency, and that is a relevant mark, because once you reach that level, then the fund builder portion of the employer's unemployment tax goes away.
One quick final question. Given that from the food industry to the health industry to retail non-food, employers are screaming to try to find employees. Given that, do you anticipate that once we replenish that fund, that money will remain there, or do you anticipate paying out a significant amount to people that are unemployed, notwithstanding that there's an abundance of jobs out there?
Madam Chair, Senator Morrissey, I'm not sure I caught all of that question, but what I would say is I anticipate that the fund will continue to grow rather than be further depleted.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, based on that discussion, I think that one of the ways that we could deal with this, and I know that, or I understand we're not going to have amendments on the floor here, is we could stop the additional $300, which is paying people not to work right now. And I anticipate that tomorrow maybe the Senate will get an opportunity to vote for that, because I think that it's just killing our businesses and also paying people currently not to work.
Right, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Charles. Charles.
Thank you, April. Senators, I'm going to start on slide 12 with broadband. Some of this you would have already heard, but the bill does provide a total of $700.7 million to support broadband access through the Virginia Telecommunication Initiative grant-making process. And that's $479 million from the State Local Recovery Fund and $221.7 million from the Capital Project Fund. There's also included in that $16 million that is intended to help homeowners who are technically in areas that are served by a broadband provider, but because of where their home is located, significant distance from the right-of-way, they're not able to get service because the cost of extending the line all the way to their home is a significant barrier, and this would be targeted to low and moderate income residents. There's also, I'll just remind you that the current Appropriation Act, Chapter 552, includes just under $100 million for VADI program grants, and to date, the program has provided approximately $124 million for broadband. So moving on to slide 13, I've just mentioned the first couple of lines related to broadband. The bill also includes $4 million for the Main Street program through Department of Housing and Community Development. There's also a total of $45 million identified in the bill, and this is for grants through the Derelict Structures Fund, which is managed through the Industrial Revitalization Fund program, and this is a program that targets vacant non-residential structures whose condition creates physical or economic blight in the community. There's also $7.5 million identified in the bill to support a comprehensive effort to permanently eliminate lead from houses occupied by children with elevated blood levels. And then there is a number of items related to tourism. The first is $30 million that would support destination marketing organizations and their marketing of their assets in Virginia. There's an additional $18 million for media marketing. This would basically expand tourism's digital reach and broadcast reach. And there's also other marketing and incentives of $2 million, the first of which is related to incentives for meetings and convention marketing and event incentives. There's also $1 million for sports event marketing. There's another item under tourism, which is $1 million to support the Virginia African American Cultural Center in Virginia Beach. And then moving on to Rebuild Virginia, there is $250 million identified in the bill for this initiative. $169 million of that is identified as given priority to applications that were received through June 30th that were otherwise eligible for grants, but there was no funding available. And then the second part of that, an additional $81 million, is identified as supplemental funding for new applications after June 30th, and language directs that funding be prioritized for businesses in the hospitality and tourism industry, such as hotel and lodging, restaurants and entertainment, and other public amusement venues. The last item on the table is $6 million to the Fort Monroe Authority, and this is funding to establish a permanent monument commemorating the first landing of enslaved Africans at Point Comfort. All right, moving on to the next slide, slide 14. I mentioned some of this, but outside of the money that's allocated through the State Local Recovery Fund and Capital Project Fund is an additional $465 million that's appropriated to the Department of Housing and Community Development for rental assistance. And this is on top of money that's already been appropriated to them through the CARES Act and through the Consolidated Appropriations Act. There's also just under $40 million through the Home Investment Partnerships Program, and this is designed to assist in affordable housing and homelessness prevention. And as I mentioned, not in the bill, but allocated directly to Virginia Housing is $250 million for the Homeowners Assistance Fund. Now on the next slide, slide 15, we talked at some length already, but this explains the language on the limitation on evictions. And then moving to slide 16, again, we talked about this a bit, $862 million deposit to the Unemployment Trust Fund. And there's also language in the bill that requires that tax rates for calendar year 22 exclude pandemic-related claim activity, and that runs from April 2020 to June 2021. The language also limits any individual employer's tax rate to the rate established for that employer for calendar year 2021. There's also additional funding for the Virginia Employment Commission for information technology modernization, cost center improvements, security, and additional contract claims adjudicators.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if you could elaborate on the money for the information technology modernization and call center improvements. Do we know when that money will be spent? In other words, when consumers might be seeing relief?
Madam Chair, Senator, I may need to follow up with you on some details there, but this would be doing a number of things, continuing the modernization initiative that's underway. There's also, I understand, contracting with consultants to look at the processes involved there, and working with the Department of Labor again to identify ways to improve the unemployment benefits process. But I will have to follow up with you with the additional.
That would be great, just to know when these monies would be spent and in place. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. On the emergency rental assistance money, will there be an allocation to local governments based on some formula, or is this a continuation of some of the current programs we have in place?
Madam Chair, I believe that there is an allocation to local governments. I don't know the number off the top of my head. The 465 is the amount that would be appropriated to DHCD. I can find you the numbers that go directly to certain localities.
Madam Chair, I think that would be helpful so our localities know what to expect on this emergency rental assistance. Thank you.
All right, just one more slide in my area, and that would be slide 17. There is language that removes the penalty for taxpayers who fail to file or make a material omission or misstatement in the informational report that's required of certain multi-state corporate entities. You'll recall that the 2021 Appropriation Act included language that required certain corporations that are members of a unitary business to file an informational report with the Department of Taxation by July 1, 2021. It does not remove the requirement to report. It just removes the penalty for noncompliance. Madam Chair, that completes my section, but I'm happy to take more questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting on slide 19, in the area of education, there's $420 million provided for education-related activities. $257 million, or 61% of those funds, are related to HVAC. A majority of that is $250 million for the K-12 school divisions HVAC improvements. There's several other smaller items, $800,000 for Portsmouth Public Schools for workforce readiness and internships, $500,000 to expand CTE programming in Fredericksburg City Schools, $500,000 for Henrico County's Achievable Dream, and then $200,000 for tutoring and mentoring in Sussex and Greensville Public Schools. There's $111 million provided for financial aid. $100 million goes to the public for need-based financial aid. This is to support students mainly in fiscal year 23, but given in fiscal year 22. Chev will come up with the allocation methodology and report that to the committee chairs of the money committees. $11 million for the nonprofits, also for financial aid, and no one institution could receive more than 10% of those funds. There's $15 million for Northern Virginia Community College for the Manassas Campus Trades Building. This is a capital project, and then $25 for Northern Virginia's Community College's medical education campus expansion. There's $10 million to support the Online Virginia Network. This is several universities in the community college providing online degrees. That's $10 million. And then there's $5 million for HVAC repairs at the Museum of Fine Arts, and then $2 million for the Jamestown Yorktown Foundation. On the next slide, on slide 20, there's $250 million, like I said, provided to the school divisions directly for HVAC. This is distributed on a per pupil basis using the projected fiscal year 22 ADM. For the various,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, did you want us to wait to the end? Okay. Madam Chair, I guess the question comes that I've seen the HVAC being used, and I understand that that's safe. As you may know, Amherst County and a lot of other guys have asked for their money to be spent in some other areas, like for expansion of cafeterias and other things. Is there anything in this that's going to limit some of the current guidance that's been given for CARES money for this money, or is it only going to be for HVAC and the alike?
Madam Chair, Senator Newman, for this money, the $250 million, because of Treasury guidance on how we can spend the state recovery dollars, that's to be directly related to the pandemic, and HVAC and air quality issues in schools allow that to be spent that way. I would say that divisions receive direct allocations already from the federal government in the American Rescue Plan, and the United States Department of Education is allowing that for construction. They discourage the use, but it is an allowable use for the school divisions, and some school divisions are pursuing that route with our State Department of Education to use those funds for more flexible school construction allowed under that guidance from DOE, or the United States Department of Education.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So quickly on the HVAC improvements, there's a minimum distribution for the small school divisions of $200,000. There's a required local match on these funds that are 1-to-1, and divisions may accept a grant that's lower than its formula allocation if they have no projects or they can't complete a project. Turning to slide 21 briefly, there was money in the American Rescue Plan that is set aside for the Department of Education. There are two specific allocations of $211 at DOE. There's $3.5 million to support the cost of students who want to attend there's private day special education school for an additional year because they would have aged out. This is pursuant to language that we provided in the Chapter 552 during the regular or special session 1. And then there's $11.5 million for recruitment bonuses to fill instructional positions that are vacant at the beginning of a school year. Moving on to slide 22. Additionally, the introduced bill contains language related to student athletes using their name, image, or likeness to earn compensation. And you'll see on this slide it details what is allowed under that and what is prohibited. I would just point out that it does prohibit a student athlete from earning compensation for the use of their name, image, or likeness in connection with certain activities such as casino gambling, alcohol, controlled substances, narcotics, tobacco and electronics, smoking products. Madam Chair, that completes education.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Thank you. I was trying to follow you as you were talking, but I'm trying to cut to the chase. I'll use the word. I'm trying to find out of all what you were saying. I was trying to get a breakdown of how much of this money is going to Norfolk State and Virginia State.
Madam Chair, Senator Sproul, Norfolk State and Virginia State will get the financial aid. However, it is not lined out because SHEV will determine the allocation methodology of that financial aid.
Madam Chair, financial aid can mean anything. It could be $1, $10. I want to know how much financial aid you can get. Ever how you're looking down, what is the total amount?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Senator Sproul, I would just add to that we have seen some iterations of possible allocations for those, and because it's very focused on low and moderate income students, that aid would go in the same way to Virginia State and Norfolk State, where because they have such a high number of Pell eligible students, they would receive higher dollars than those institutions that would not have as large a population.
Second question, Madam Chair. So other than financial aid, they're not getting the other funds other than for the financial aid.
All right. So, Madam Chair, Senator Sproul, what's in this particular ARPA outline guidance under the $4.3 billion for higher education is in fact that $100 million in financial aid. But as Tyler noted, there are other funds for higher education that went directly to them, and that doesn't exclude the possibility that when we have better data, that you would not perhaps consider that again in the 2022 session.
Madam Chair, in order to vote on it, I can't vote on what conclusion. I want to know of this $3 billion that you have. I just can't see all the things that we are doing for other parts of the whole state. And you are giving the institution this financial aid, then the other money that they may or may not get. Is there any way possible that when the committee meets downstairs later on, in a way possible we can find out, hey, other than financial aid, this is what could go to these schools? Am I out of order for that or something?
Madam Chair, Senator Sproul, we'd be happy to show you some possible allocations, is what I would say. That we've seen multiple options, but like I said, SHEV is to report back on those allocations with a plan in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, just to jump back to the name, image, or likeness for college athletes, I was wondering if someone could tell me what the genesis of this is. I'm not really following it. I didn't know if it was a problem or where it comes from.
Madam Chair, I'm going to let Lisa take that question.
Madam Chair, Senator, as for how it actually ended up in this bill, I can't speak to it, but I know the issue arose from a United States Supreme Court case that was decided earlier this year that did say that student athletes would be able to profit off their name, image, and likeness. So this language in the bill would only be in effect until June 30th of 2022, so it would have to be addressed during the General Assembly in a more cohesive, permanent way, but this would put some parameters around name, image, and likeness use for the coming year.
Madam Chair, quick question on NIL, whoever wants to address it. On slide 22, you clearly say that institutions are prohibiting student athletes from using or engaging in NIL. They can't stop that from happening, but on bullet point 2, it says an institution may prohibit a student athlete from earning compensation for use of their name while engaged in academic or athletic department activities. Given that a student athlete either is doing one of two things, he's involved in academics or athletics, that seems to then allow the institution to prohibit just that, the student athlete from engaging in NIL at any time. Can you explain that?
Madam Chair, Senator Morrissey, I think the issue here is that a student cannot be paid for participating in an official, like if there's a pep rally at the school that's an official thing, they can't be paid by a company for appearing at that. If that student athlete wanted to, for example, appear in a Pepsi commercial just because everybody recognizes Joe Smith, the football player, then that would be fine, but Joe Smith could not get paid for appearing in, a school, an actual game at school, an actual school-sponsored athletic event.
Final question. The latter is, the former was pay for performance. Does this legislation allow the ACC or the institution or both to prevent an athlete from benefiting from NIL if it's a athletic endeavor?
I think how this would work is before a student athlete entered into a contract, they would have to disclose to the university and perhaps a sports organization like the ACC or the NCAA, and the school or the organization would be able to let them know if it conflicted with an existing agreement. So I'll go back to the Pepsi agreement. If the school is a Coke school, that they have we can only use Coke products, and the athlete comes and says, hey, Pepsi wants to pay me, the school could disclose to them, we have an agreement with Coke, you can't do that. But in general, if then he came back and said, okay, I want to work with Northern Neck Ginger Ale, and they didn't have an agreement with them, they could. I know I'm being facetious with Northern Neck.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Mike.
Thank you. Before Lisa leaves the dais where she seems so comfortable, meaning no disrespect, but once again trying to be grounded in realities, I recognize that this is a preference of the speaker that we found embedded in this proposal. Lisa, can you explain to me what the nexus or correlation is between the COVID and pandemic situation and college athletes and NIL?
So, Madam Chairman, Senator Norman, I would respond that the first clause of the title of the bill is emergent issues, and I suppose what is emergent is in the eye of the beholder.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, don't go far. Thank you. I just had a similar question along lines 10.007 through 10.009 in terms of the third-party agreements and exclusion provision in relation to student athletes and the third-party agreements. In the same sort of Coke and Pepsi scenario, theoretically, there's no requirement of disclosure by the university to the potential student athlete. For instance, a 10-year agreement. Is that accurate?
Madam Chairman, Senator McPike, that's correct. As this is drafted, the university would only have to disclose after the student athlete came to them and said, I'm proposing to enter into this agreement.
So, as a follow-up question, Madam Chair. So right now it's just written, there's essentially potentially endless third-party agreements that may already exist that would prohibit a Nike, if that school uses Nike, and or another manufacturer, and sort of endless sort of product deals or agreements across campus that may come into conflict with the student athletes without their knowledge, thereby limiting their compensation.
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, that's probably accurate.
Thank you.
Now turning to Health and Human Resources on slide 24. So the two main areas for which funding was provided in this bill for Health and Human Resources is mainly in the areas of behavioral health and public health. So slide 24 gives you the highlight for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. So you can see the largest item and the commitments over The total allocation is about $122 million, and this is for direct care staff compensation at the state mental health hospitals. You all are well aware of the news articles and the issues with the state hospitals and the staffing shortages they face, which have forced them to actually close off to do admissions for periods of time. And so this is a major effort included in the bill to kind of deal with those staffing shortages. Mainly the funding in the first year is bonuses, and they're using some of their actual special fund balances as well to help fund these. And then, of course, the commitment is that this will continue to be funded on an ongoing basis in the next biennial budget to fix those issues so that all the hospitals can be opened to serve. The second line, you can see there is some capital funding, about $50 million, to deal with a variety of backlog of HVAC and other water sewer projects at various state facilities owned by the department. You can see $30 million is allocated for the community crisis system, and this is to help fund crisis receiving centers and mobile crisis teams. There's $10 million for the supportive recovery residences. So these are residences that basically provide support to people with substance use disorder. There's $10 million allocated for substance use treatment services to help deal with the increase in substance use disorder during the pandemic. There's $5 million for permanent supportive housing in Northern Virginia to also provide more options for people to move them out of the state hospitals to relieve census pressure. As well as you can see about $3.3 million allocated for pilot programs for individuals with dementia. In this past session, the General Assembly had allocated about $3.5 million to look at dementia patients. It's really not appropriate for them to be in state hospitals. So this is additional funding to support those efforts to divert them from the state hospital or before they ever would enter. And then there's about $2.4 million allocated for personal protective equipment at the state hospitals. So that's about $232 million allocated to DBHDS. Moving to slide 25. So this just gives you a quick summary of the behavioral health package. This was announced by the governor in a press release of about $485 million. So this kind of gets you to how you get to that number. About $246 million is really funded from these state and local recovery funds, which I just talked about on the other slide, as well as that number also includes $10 million at the Department of Health for prevention services and $4 million at DCJS for Marcus Alert training. This just also notes the $25 million in non-general fund balances that the DBHDS is committing. There's also an ongoing commitment in the next biennium of additional general funds to kind of fund salary increases on an ongoing basis for the state hospitals. And then you can see additional allocations of the federal mental health block grant and substance use disorder block grant provides additional funds and other behavioral health block grants. So that's kind of how you get to the investment of almost $500 million in behavioral health through the bill. Moving to slide 26. So this shows you everything else in the HHR area. And of course, you can see the first ones are the public health ones. So you can see there's $100 million allocated for drinking water assistance, and this will be focused on waterworks that are smaller, disadvantaged. There's $110 million focused on agency IT modernization. The effort here is that the health department has many IT systems that are very old and outdated, and of course the pandemic, I think, has highlighted the importance of replacing them to help the agency respond. So of that amount, $30 million is for electronic health records for local health departments, $50 million is for a variety of administrative systems and other software, and $30 million for an electronic records management system. There's $30 million allocated for facility infrastructure upgrades at the central office for the Department of Health as well as local departments. There's $20 million for targeted community outreach, and this is for COVID-19 to try to reach communities that have been most impacted from the pandemic. There's $8 million to continue to improve broadband connectivity of all the local health departments, which of course are spread throughout the Commonwealth. There's almost $11.5 million for well and septic improvement funds. So this is to provide additional assistance to people below 200% of the federal poverty level that need help. There's $5 million or $10 million total for substance misuse and suicide prevention efforts at the health department, which again is to respond to there's been an increase in substance use disorder as well as suicides during the pandemic. There's $1 million allocated to support the efforts of the Public Oral Health Task Force. Then moving on to DMAS, you'll see that there's $31.1 million. This is to increase the nursing facility per diem to $20 per day. As you recall from the last session, the General Assembly had continued the temporary increase of $20 per day. It was continued at $15 per day. This actually closes the gap to bring it back up to $20 per day for the remainder of this fiscal year. The only other item for DMAS is there's $15 million dedicated to address the backlogs for eligibility appeals. When the public health emergency does end, of course, eligibility has to be redetermined for hundreds of thousands of people that have been provided health care coverage through the pandemic. Then you can see, for the Department of Blind and Vision Impaired, there's about $12.6 million allocated for a variety of things. One is to create an outdoor pavilion at their central office ventilation upgrades at various offices of the department, and renovation of the Charlottesville facility, which is their Virginia Industries for the Blind facility in Charlottesville that has been a big provider of PPE during the pandemic. For the Department for Aging and Rehabilitative Services, there's one item, about $4 million, that's being dedicated to assisted living facility improvements. So these are assisted living facilities with a high number of auxiliary grant recipients, so it's to help them to improve their HVAC and ventilation needs. And then lastly, for the Department of Social Services, there's support for the Trauma-Informed Community Network of about $1 million. And that brings the total for these items to about $354 million, which is in addition to what you saw previously for the Department of Behavioral Health. On slide 27, kind of stepping away from the big $4.3 billion that we've been talking about, under the American Rescue Plan, there's a separate provision under Medicaid that allows for a 12-month period the state to get an enhanced 10% federal match on all home and community-based services in Medicaid. The estimate of that savings, and recall it's only for a 12-month period, so it's a one-time savings, it's estimated that it saves the state about $273 million. Of course, if you reinvest that back into Medicaid, you get the federal match. So the total amount of money that could be reinvested could be upwards of about $700 million. So in this bill, there's two proposed uses. One is to increase all Medicaid home and community services by 12.5%. This is from July 1st, so it's retroactive, and it would be through December 31st of this year, so it's for a 6-month period. Just to note that personal care services, which are one of these, they already have a 12.5% increase slated for January 1st. So essentially for that service, that basically moves up that rate increase to basically now. And then the other provisions included is a $1,000 support payment to all agency and consumer-directed personal care attendants. If you recall back in January and previous allocations from the CARES Act, about $1,500 was provided to each attendant.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Before we go too far along on this, a question on the 12.5% increase for personal care services. Will that include respite care? I have been queried by several providers who do provide respite care for folks who are they're being cared for at home. These are individuals being cared for at home, and then their family members need a break, and they, of course, put their loved ones into respite care. Would this be covered?
Madam Chair, Senator Favola, yes, it is covered. Normally personal care, I usually say personal care because it's the most noticeable, but usually we actually say personal respite and companion care. They kind of go together. But if you actually, this is a good reminder, if you look at in the appendix in slide 42, there's a listing of all services that are covered. The other thing to note in HHR on slide 28, just a few language items. There is one of the things that through a federal waiver that's been, that the state's taken advantage of during the pandemic are temporary nurse aides. So this has allowed additional work to help to alleviate the workforce in long-term care. So basically, but the language allows that after July 1st that these temporary nurse aides who've worked in these facilities and earned the experience are still allowed to take the national exam to actually move up to be an actual certified nurse aide. A second provision deals with emergency authority for DD waiver providers. And so this basically deals with the lack of adequate staff. As lots of providers deal with staffing issues, this allows some emergency provisions to take effect. So one of them is that the license capacity of a group home could temporarily be increased for up to 6 months in order to accommodate staffing issues at group homes. Then lastly, for nurse practitioners, there's a continuation that a clinical nurse specialist who's registered prior to July 1st of 2021 with the Board of Nursing can continue to practice without a practice agreement with the physician until June 30th of 2022, as long as the nurse does not have prescriptive authority. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes Health and Human Resources. Is there any questions? Alrighty, so I also have the next section on public
Madam Chair, before we do that, Mike, I'm looking between your document and the bill. If you go to the bill lines 560, have you gotten to that yet? Which is talking about the $40 million for modernization of administrative systems with the Department of Health.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator Newman, yes, it's all their systems together about $110 million. But yes, that's embedded within that number.
Madam Chair, I guess my question, Mike, is it's a lot of money, and we've seen what the STARS system's done with the state police, and we've seen what others have done. Where are the four corners of the requirements that are going to go into the RFP? And in other words, this is a lot of money being spent quickly. How do we know what the backstory, what it's looking like on the back end, or can we know that somewhat by tomorrow when this item is ultimately before us?
Madam Chair, Senator Newman, I can certainly kind of go back and look to see what information we do have right now. And I can double check the language too, because I believe there is language about that they have to develop a plan first. These are a variety of IT systems, and some of them are major systems that will take a very long time before where they would have to go through the RFP process as well. So I would actually think that over time these numbers will be refined based upon what they determine they need to do.
So, Madam Chair, is what you're saying is we may be able to take a look at it and get another bite at this as they develop it, or is this going to be let go and then if it's not spent correctly, like other IT money has not worked out, we're going to have to deal with it on the back end?
Madam Chair, Senator Newman, in recent years, the Department of Health has tried to procure electronic health records and that sort of thing. And actually, I know that we've worked through the HHR subcommittee and the overall committee to make sure that we hold them accountable and do it right. They haven't done it yet because we don't have a good enough plan. Those efforts will continue.
All right. Trust but verify, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, turning to public safety and veterans, on slide 30, starting off with the state police.
I'm sorry. Over. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up question in this previous section. For what period does the 12.5% rate increase cover for home and community-based services? From what period does it start and what period would it end?
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, it starts July 1st, so it's retroactive, which you can do in Medicaid, and it expires on December 31st of this year. So it's only for this 6-month period.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair. So what would happen from January 1 until the next biennial budget is in place?
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, so like I noted, for personal care services, they have the January 1st increase slated, so there will be no change. But all those other services that you see listed, their rates would go back down to where they were prior to July 1st until the General Assembly took some action in the next session. But again, those changes would not take effect until probably July 1st of next year. So for basically there could be a gap for those services.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm a little hard to hear because of the acoustics with the boxes, but as a summary, I heard you say, correct me if I'm wrong, that there would be a 6-month gap where the rates would actually revert to whatever occurred prior to January 1 of this year on these rates. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Senator McPike, that is correct. I think the intent of what the administration is trying to do is that these are one-time funds. So if they did it for the entire 12-month period, it would kind of reflect an ongoing commitment for which really the next General Assembly would need to evaluate.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we would have a 6-month gap. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair.
If I might, there is always a caboose bill. There is a caboose bill, so it does not necessarily have to go the whole 6 months. You're right.
So turning to slide 30 for Public Safety and Veterans Affairs. So on the state police, I have in a couple more slides, there's one about state police compensation. So you can just see the numbers here, but it's a $40 million commitment. The other thing for the state police that's funded is $2.8 million for the purchase of additional live scan fingerprinting machines. In the Department of Criminal Justice Services, there's $13.2 million for services for victims of crime and the Sexual and Domestic Violence Fund. And these are funds to help offset the drop in federal funds that support these services, as well as other court fines that support these programs. There's also $4 million dedicated to Marcus Alert training for both dispatchers as well as law enforcement. And then one-time funds are provided of about $800,000 for the City of Hampton for crime prevention. In Veteran Services, there's $10 million for the Veterans Care Center shortfall, the 2 Veterans Care Centers the state's currently operating, that the pandemic, of course, reduced their caseload so that this helps to offset that shortfall. And then, of course, also a revenue decline for Veteran Cemetery, so there's about $300,000 to help fix that shortfall. In Military Affairs, the major item is $50 million dedicated to HVAC as well as emergency medical response suites at not all of the readiness centers, but quite a few of them. And this is, of course, to help prepare them for future pandemics and other emergencies. And the other thing to note for military affairs is there's about $500,000 for body temperature scanners and PPE. And forensic science has about $600,000 allocated for additional forensic equipment related to firearms. And then there's $1.4 million to continue the at emergency management, the COVID-19 Virginia Emergency Support Team for 1 more year.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Mike, if the third item down, DCJS allocation for services for victims of crime / sexual and domestic violence, are we splitting that money between 2 programs, and do you expect that money to be dispersed to the nonprofit agencies that are currently recipients and they've had their budgets cut because of the reduction in federal funding?
Madam Chair, Senator Favola, yeah, so my understanding is this came from a DCJS request, and it was based on the loss of that federal funding. So the expectation would be is that those losses that different facilities received would be.
So the allocation would look very similar to where the federal money would have gone.
That's my understanding, but I can certainly double check.
This doesn't fully cover the loss in federal funding, but I appreciate the efforts of the Finance Committee.
So turning to slide 31, looking at the Department of Corrections, you can see $21.8 million is provided for COVID-19 testing. So this is not. This also includes wastewater testing as part of a comprehensive program to kind of monitor outbreaks at the facilities. There's $10 million for basically hazard pay for correctional officers. This is basically a $1,000 bonus for all correctional officers. There's $7.1 million dedicated to personal protective equipment. And that also includes a little bit of funding for at Lawrenceville, which is the one privately operated state prison. There's then $3 million for corrections for 5 staff to help deal with project management and human resource policies associated with COVID-19, support for vaccination teams and disinfectant sprayers. There's $1.1 million for corrections for their medical contractor to kind of give them a rate increase to assist them. Then there's also $2.1 million at corrections to continue to expand telehealth services at different facilities. At the Department of Juvenile Justice, there's also some hazard pay bonuses for staff, about $600,000. There's about $800,000 allocated for mobile smartphone supplements for staff related to how they do probation. And then you can see there were a whole variety of smaller things that are just kind of summarized here that include, it's about $200,000 for infirmary upgrades, tents for visitation, medical testing supplies, et cetera, that you can actually read there. And you can see that the total for Public Safety and Veterans Affairs was about $170 million that was allocated. Turning to slide 32, with regards to Virginia State Police compensation, so for fiscal year 22, you can see that, again, here, $20 million is dedicated for bonuses. This includes $5,000 across the board for the troopers. There's also compression bonuses of up to 2 to 8% of salary. Retention bonuses, of course, will be provided as needed. And sign-on recruitment bonuses of $5,000, and then up to $2,000 for relocation expenses for troopers, whether they're coming out of the academy or have to be reassigned to other parts of the state. So that's kind of the fiscal year 22 plan. There's language that includes both JLARC and the Department of Human Resource Management to work with the state police to come up with a plan that's due by mid-October of this year. This new compensation plan, and it will more comprehensively address pay compression, retention, and recruitment for law enforcement positions. And of course, $20 million will be dedicated from these funds in the next biennial budget to that purpose. And then on slide 33, Madam Chair, it's just kind of a very quick summary. I won't go through it, but it just kind of highlights some of the targeted actions for state police in recent years. The one thing to note is this does not include, they also received the across-the-board increases that occur to state employees, so that's not reflected here. This is just what was targeted to them, but that's just to note that they also receive across-the-board increases from time to time. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes public safety and veterans, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning next to Agriculture and Forestry Natural Resources, picking up on slide 35. Within the Natural Resources Secretariat, there's a total of $326 million that would be appropriated to DEQ and DCR. Within the Department of Environmental Quality buckets, there is $125 million for combined sewer overflow projects in the cities of Alexandria, Richmond, and Lynchburg. That would provide $50 million each for Alexandria and Richmond and $25 million for Lynchburg. Similar to the approach taken with the school modernization and improvement funds, this would require a dollar-for-dollar local match to access the funding. With the broader wastewater treatment plant program, there's $100 million proposed for the enhanced nutrient credit program, as well as for upgrades to wastewater treatment plants in Petersburg and in Pound. Also at the Department of Environmental Quality is $75 million for septic and sewer improvements statewide.
Madam Chair.
Senator Marston.
Thank you so much. Jason, what I noticed in more of the details of this that this was to also address straight pipes. I assume that those are the direct discharge of sewage into waterways by private homes. Does that include, a couple of questions, does that include businesses as well?
Madam Chair, Senator Marsden, that would, the language of the bill applies to the program administered by DEQ. I would have to follow back with you. Your definition of straight pipe your definition of straight pipe, or your understanding, is correct. Whether or not it's a home or business, I am unclear, but can certainly get back with you. I believe its priority is for low-income households.
Madam Chair, follow up. Do we have either a statewide inventory, or do localities have an inventory of how many of these straight pipes exist in the Commonwealth and what the cost might be per amelioration?
Madam Chair, Senator Marsden, of all of the data points that I collected with respect to the breadth of the need in the area, I don't have that one in front of me. I can follow with DEQ and the Health Department. That's a jointly managed project.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Picking up with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, there's a total of $25 million included for outdoor recreation area maintenance at facilities of the DCR. It is not specific to any facilities. And there's $1 million included for a pass-through for trail system connections to Lake Royal Park in Fairfax County. Turning to slide 36, there's a total of $25.6 million proposed over the 2 years for feeding programs managed by the Department of Agriculture and Agriculture and Consumer Services. Of that 14.6, in the first year is primarily for food bank, or for Virginia's Farm to Families Food Box Program, shelf-stable food purchases, and for the development of a access partnership program with the Department of Social Services. And in the second year, $10 million would be provided for capacity building across all of the food banks and food pantry networks, and then $1 million for a increase to the Virginia Agricultural Food Assistance Program. Madam Chair, that completes natural resources. Adam?
All right, Madam Chair, so picking up on slide 38, Mike has already touched on the first two employee compensation items under DBHDS and state police. For sheriffs and regional jail officers, there is a $1,000 bonus for state-supported sworn officers of sheriff's offices and regional jails. For DOC and DJJ staff, there is $10 million and a little over $600,000 respectively to provide hazard pay for law enforcement, probation and security staff, as well as sign-on bonuses for cafeteria and janitorial workers. And then for Capitol Police, there is $375,000 for bonuses for Capitol Police, and there's language stating that it's to address, it's for staffing and security concerns, with language making the allocation dependent upon approval of a spending plan by joint rules consistent with ARPA requirements. So on the next page, slide 39, there is $120 million for direct assistance to utility customers for accounts over 60 days in arrears as of August 31st, 2021. And I'll speak to that in a little more in depth in just a moment. Next line, in DGS, there's a total of $7.1 million for the Division of Consolidated Laboratory Services to make improvements to its lab management system, funding for customer support and courier Dropbox enhancements. And Department of Elections, there's funding for a voter education campaign and to provide support to localities to expand early voting, including the adoption of Sunday voting. In the State Bar, there is $2.5 million for additional legal aid attorneys to assist clients in housing and eviction-related cases. Next line, in the OAG, there's additional funding to establish partnerships with local law enforcement to drive down shootings and violent crime, and this would be focused on areas that have been identified as more likely to experience violent crime. In DGS, there's $500,000 for additional support to real estate services to facilitate the negotiation and legal support. And that's related to broadband infrastructure on the Commonwealth's real property. In the Governor's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, there's $500,000 for the office to retain a contractor to provide language access translation services planning. And there are some additional enactments. So this is language related to the legislative body electronic meetings and the Overtime Wage Act that we had already covered very briefly. But with respect to the electronic meetings, that language would provide for any permanent interim legislative study or advisory commission, committee, or subcommittee other than a standing committee of the General Assembly to which bills and resolutions are referred during a legislative session. They would be able to conduct a meeting by electronic means without a physically assembled quorum. If the meeting is being held solely to receive presentations, updates, public comment, or other information gathering purpose. And also provides that no votes or formal recommendations could be made by the body unless a quorum is physically assembled in one location. And then the Overtime Wage Act, again, that was clarifying the terms for wages and pay to also mean compensatory time in lieu of wages for overtime pay for public sector employees, consistent with existing provisions of the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, as well as clarifying the exemption for certain other private sector workers for whom that exemption provision currently exists under the FLSA. And then jumping back really quickly to the utility language, and that's on slide 40. Again, that's $120 million for direct utility assistance, and that's for accounts in arrears over 60 days as of August 31st, 2021. That excludes the Phase 2 utility. So utilities generally could require a customer to attest to economic hardship, but it may be implied that those arrearages incurred since March of 12th of 2020 are a result of the pandemic if they're 60-day or more in arrears. It directs the State Corporation Commission and the Department of Housing and Community Development to survey the jurisdictional and municipal utilities, respectively, to determine the number of aggregate outstanding arrearages as of August 31st, with the intent of finding whether or not that $120 million is sufficient to satisfy all the outstanding arrearages. So additional funding may be considered in the coming session. And then with respect to the Phase 2 utility, there's a prohibition on service disconnection for residential customers for non-payment of bills or fees for any customer who demonstrates as having received federal, state, nonprofit, or prior utility payment assistance at any time between January 1st, 2019 and July 31st, 2021, or are certified through the Department of Social Services as a benefits recipient or having a medical account designation as of July 31st, 2021, and that prohibition would be effective through March 1st of 2022. And that covers everything in my area, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions of any of the staff? Okay. The pandemic has turned all of our lives upside down, but among those in the Senate, it's most turned upside down is our Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee staff and their personal lives. I want to thank you all for all of the incredible work you've been doing to help us get to this point, and what I know you'll be doing the next few days to help us get beyond this point. But I do want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We would not be anywhere near where we are without you, and you have been absolutely crucial to our deliberations. Thank you. Now, the Senate Finance Committee. The Senate Finance Committee will now meet downstairs in Senate Room 3 for the purpose of hopefully passing this proposed budget bill. And then we will come back as soon as possible. I'm sorry. Downstairs in that big room. Prioritization is on the DDH program,
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Clerk will call the calendar.
Supplemental Calendar Number 1, 2021, Special Session 2, Monday, August the 2nd, 2021. Unfinished Business House. House Joint Resolution 7003, limiting legislation to be considered by the 2021 Special Session 2 of the General Assembly and establishing a schedule for the conduct of business coming before such special sessions. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am indeed shocked. Mr. President, I insist on our amendments and
Senator want to
request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Regular calendar, Senate bill on first reading. Senate Bill number 7001, a bill to amend and reenact sections 3-5.3 and the 14th and 15th enactments of Chapter 1289 of the Acts of Assembly of 2020, as amended by Chapter 56 of the Acts of Assembly of 2020, Special Session 1, and Chapter 552 of the Acts of Assembly of 2021, related to the budget.
Clerk will read any announcements on the desk.
Today, Monday, August the 2nd, floor amendments need to be submitted to the Committee on Finance and Appropriations staff by 5 p.m. today. Floor amendments need to be submitted to the desk staff by 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, August 3rd.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just a point of clarification, maybe with the clerk. As I understand it, those that are getting amendments are going to be getting the amendments often back to their email, and it'll be their responsibility to turn those and send those into the desk sometime this evening. So if you have an amendment that you have had drawn up, I think it's somewhat important to the clerk that you send it tonight if possible, but certainly by tomorrow morning. Is that what the 10 o'clock item is saying?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wanted to confer with the President Pro Tem. The Senate Republican Caucus will convene tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. at our normal meeting place. Thank you.
Thank the Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Portsmouth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now stand adjourned until 12 noon on tomorrow.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.